Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The sky above the ancient kingdom of Elindria shattered like stained glass. Fractures of crimson and violet light split the heavens, while whispers from 1,000 different worlds leaked through the cracks. In the grand observatory atop the spire of enlightenment, citizens gathered in terrified awe as phantasmal creatures, beings of smoke and shadow, entities of light and melody, slipped through the widening rifts. Gandalf stood at the edge of the whispering woods, his weathered hand gripping his star-forged staff as he watched another tear rip across the fabric of reality. His grey robes billowed in winds that carried the sense of worlds he had not visited in centuries. The ancient wizard's eyes, deep pools of wisdom acquired through millennia, narrowed as he recognized the distinctive pattern of the fractures. "And the convergence spell," he murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of ancient regret. "My own folly returns to haunt me." 300 years ago, in the arrogance of youth, Gandalf had crafted a forbidden enchantment, a spell designed to peer beyond the veil separating realities. Not content with the mysteries of one world, he had sought to glimpse all possible worlds, all potential fates. The archmages of the Seven Sanctums had warned him of the dangers, but he had dismissed their caution as fear of the unknown. Now, as nightmare creatures prowled the edges of villages and fragments of alternate Elindrias, some thriving in golden splendor, others charred ruins, materialized in valleys and upon hillsides, Gandalf recognized the terrible price of his hubris. The sound of approaching hoofbeats drew his attention. Riders bearing the crimson flame insignia of the Arcane Inquisition crested the hill behind him. At their head rode Magistrate Varius, his silver mask catching the unnatural light of the fractured sky. "Gandalf the Grey!" Varius called, his voice amplified by enchantment. "By decree of the Council of Thaumaturgy, you are charged with endangering the realm through forbidden magics. Surrender yourself for judgment." Gandalf sighed. The Inquisition, in their zeal for order, always sought simple answers to complex problems. They were not entirely wrong in their accusations, but they lacked the knowledge to truly understand, let alone resolve, the crisis unfolding. With a subtle gesture of his staff, Gandalf summoned a wall of impenetrable mist between himself and the approaching inquisitors. By the time the fog dissipated, he had vanished into the ancient trees of the Whispering Woods. 3 days later, Gandalf stood in the shadow of a crumbling watchtower in the village of Moonhaven. The settlement had suffered greatly from the reality fractures. Half the village green now hosted an impossible garden of crystalline flowers that sang mournful melodies when touched, while spectral figures walked the streets alongside living residents. It was here Gandalf had been led by dreams and portents. Here he would find the one person who might help him mend the tear in reality's fabric. The girl appeared at dusk, slipping through shadows with practiced ease. No more than 17 winters old, with hair the color of ravens, and eyes that shifted between silver and gold depending on the light. She moved like one accustomed to avoiding notice. But Gandalf had been watching for her. "A Lyra truth speaker," he called softly, stepping from the shadow of the watchtower. The girl froze, then reached for a hidden blade. "I mean you no harm," Gandalf continued, making no move to approach. "But I know what you see, the threads of destiny that connect all things, that bind world to world." Lyra's eyes widened. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because I once met another with your gift centuries ago." Gandalf gestured toward the fractures visible in the sky. "And because your ability may be the key to repairing what I have broken." The girl's expression hardened. "The Inquisition says you caused this chaos. A simplification, but not entirely untrue," Gandalf admitted. "In my youth, I crafted a spell to glimpse beyond our reality. I believed I had dismantled it completely when I recognized its dangers, but it appears some echo of that magic remained, dormant until now." "What awakened it?" Lyra asked, curiosity overcoming caution. Gandalf's expression darkened. "That is what we must discover. Will you help me, Lyra Truthspeaker? The Inquisition hunts us both. You for your gift, which they call abomination, and me for my past transgressions." Lyra hesitated, then nodded. "I've spent my life hiding what I can see. Perhaps it's time to use it instead." They traveled north, toward the legendary nexus of realities, a place where the boundaries between worlds had always been thin, even before the current crisis. As they journeyed, Gandalf began teaching Lyra to refine her inborn talent. "And what you see is threads," he explained as they made camp beneath the boughs of an ancient oak, "are the connections that bind all possibility together. Reality is not a single tapestry, but an infinite weave of potential." Lyra nodded, her fingers tracing patterns in the air that only she could see. "Some threads are brighter than others. Some feel more real. Those are the dominant pathways, the most likely futures or the strongest connections between our world and others." Gandalf demonstrated by calling a small flame to life above his palm. "Or just as I can manipulate fire by understanding its nature, you can learn to tug upon those threads to strengthen or weaken connections." Their lessons continued as they crossed the glass desert, where sand transformed into crystal, and back again with each passing breeze, and through the shifting highlands, where gravity itself seemed negotiable. With each passing day, Lyra's control grew, and with it, Gandalf's hope. Yet the Inquisition remained close behind, and strange phenomena multiplied across the land. Creatures that defied description stalked the wilderness. Villages disappeared overnight, replaced by alternate versions of themselves where history had taken different turns. On the seventh night of their journey, as they camped beneath the shattered sky, Gandalf finally revealed the full truth to his apprentice. "The spell I created was powerful, but it required something beyond ordinary magic to function. A fragment of the astral ether, the primordial substance from which reality itself was formed." He withdrew his staff, the twisted wood crowned with a crystal that pulsed with inner light. This staff was forged from that same substance, retrieved from beyond the veil of worlds. Lyra's eyes widened. "You crossed between realities." "How?" "Through means I have spent centuries trying to forget," Gandalf replied grimly, "but I was not the only one to cross. Someone followed me back. A shadow I thought I had escaped long ago." "Who?" Lyra whispered. Gandalf met her gaze. "Myself. A version of me from a reality where I chose power over wisdom, dominion over guidance. I defeated him, or believed I had, and sealed the passage between worlds." Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. "The rifts, they're his doing. Your other self is still alive." Gandalf nodded solemnly. "And if my suspicions are correct, he has spent centuries planning his return, not just to our world, but to all worlds. The nexus of realities manifested as a vast cathedral of impossible architecture, its spires and arches defying the conventional limits of stone and space. Situated atop the highest peak of the ever-changed mountains, it shimmered like a mirage, simultaneously present and ethereal. As Gandalf and Lyra approached its grand entrance, gates of opalescent light that rippled like water, a figure emerged from within. Clad in robes of midnight blue, adorned with constellations that moved and shifted across the fabric, he bore a staff of black crystal that mirrored Gandalf's own. His face, though marked by different choices and darker experiences, was unmistakably Gandalf's own. "And my other self?" the Dark Wizard called, his voice resonating with unnatural power. "How predictable you remain across all possible worlds." Gandalf positioned himself protectively before Lyra. "You have broken the seals, Ganthir. You risk the destruction of all realities." The Dark Wizard laughed. "Not destruction, unification. Why should existence remain fragmented into infinite variations?" "I have seen all possible worlds, brother, and found them wanting. Better to weave them into one perfect reality, under my guidance." "Under your dominion," Gandalf corrected. "The convergence spell was never meant for such purpose. The strain of combining realities will tear apart the fundamental laws that govern existence." "A temporary upheaval," Ganthir dismissed, "before a new order emerges." His gaze shifted to Lyra. "Ah, you've found a truth speaker. How fortunate! I require one for the final stage of my work." Before either could react, Ganthir raised his staff. Reality seemed to fold around Lyra, and she vanished, reappearing at the Dark Wizard's side. "Release her," Gandalf commanded, raising his own staff. "Come inside, other self," Ganthir replied with a cruel smile. "And let us complete what we began centuries ago." Within the Nexus Cathedral, reality itself seemed fluid. Pathways appeared and disappeared. Rooms expanded into vast landscapes, only to contract into claustrophobic chambers moments later. At the heart of this chaos stood a central chamber where all the fractured realities visible through the cathedral's impossible windows seemed to converge. There, upon a dais of living crystal, Lyra stood entranced, her hands moving in complex patterns as she unconsciously manipulated the threads of destiny visible only to her. Around her, the very air was thick with potential, shimmering pathways of what might be and what could have been. Ganthir worked methodically at a circular altar, channeling energy through artifacts collected from a dozen different realities. "And the Truth Speaker will serve as conduit," he explained conversationally as Gandalf entered. "Her natural ability to see and manipulate connections between worlds, amplified by the power of the Nexus, will allow me to collapse all realities into one perfected whole." "At the cost of her life," Gandalf observed grimly. Ganthir shrugged. "That one small sacrifice for infinite benefit." Gandalf approached cautiously, his gaze moving between his dark counterpart and his entranced apprentice. "And what of choice? What of the infinite diversity that makes existence wondrous? Would you replace it all with your single vision? A vision of perfection?" Ganthir insisted. "No war, no famine, no squandered potential. One reality, crafted from the best elements of all possible worlds. With you as its architect and ruler," Gandalf noted. "No matter how benevolent your intentions, such power corrupts." "As you would know," Ganthir sneered. "You who chose to hide your gifts, to live among lesser beings as little more than an advisor and wanderer. We were meant for greater things." As they spoke, Gandalf edged closer to Lyra. If he could break Ganthir's hold on her mind, the Dark Wizard noticed. With a gesture, he sent a wave of force that knocked Gandalf backward. She cannot hear you. Her consciousness now exists at the crossroads of all realities. Gandalf regained his footing and raised his staff. Then I must stop you directly. What followed was a battle that transcended ordinary combat. Spells that altered the nature of reality itself crashed against counterspells that rewrote the rules of what was possible. The cathedral around them shifted and transformed with each exchange, now a forest of crystal, now an ocean of liquid light, now a void filled with floating islands of debris. Yet for all his power, Gandalf found himself gradually overwhelmed. Ganthia had spent centuries absorbing knowledge and energy from multiple realities, while Gandalf had deliberately limited his own power, fearing its corrupting influence. As Gandalf fell to one knee, his strength nearly spent, Ganthia approached triumphantly. It is time to end this other self. Join your power with mine willingly, or I shall take it by force. But in his moment of apparent victory, Ganthia had made a critical error. Focused on Gandalf, he had neglected to maintain his full control over Lyra. In the periphery of her entranced consciousness, Lyra had been aware of the battle raging around her. Though unable to act directly, she had perceived the threads of destiny connecting all participants, and one thread in particular caught her attention, a golden filament linking Gandalf's staff and her own hands. With the last reserve of her will, she grasped that thread and pulled. Energy surged from Gandalf's staff into Lyra's waiting hands. Her eyes flew open, now blazing with golden light as knowledge flooded her consciousness. The true nature of the convergence spell, the structure of reality itself, and most importantly, how to counter Ganthia's grand design. "No!" the dark wizard cried, realizing too late what was happening. With movements both precise and fluid, Lyra began to reweave the threads of destiny. Rather than collapsing realities together as Ganthia had planned, she strengthened the boundaries between them, sealing the rifts one by one. Gandalf, understanding instantly what his apprentice intended, added his remaining power to hers. Together, they created a cascading effect that spread outward from the Nexus, mending the fractured sky above Elindria and all lands beyond. Ganthia howled in rage and desperation. As his grand design unraveled around him, he lunged toward Lyra with his staff raised to strike. Gandalf intercepted him, and in the struggle that followed, both wizards and their staffs tumbled into one of the few remaining rifts, a portal leading to a realm of swirling chaos beyond conventional reality. As the final rift sealed behind them, Lyra stood alone in the suddenly silent cathedral, the golden light fading from her eyes. Through her enhanced perception, she had glimpsed Gandalf's final thought, projected directly to her mind. "The threads remain in your hands now, Destiny Weaver. Guard them well." Outside, the sky above Elindria was whole once more, though forever changed. For those who knew where to look, the faint outlines of the mended fractures remained visible, a celestial tapestry telling the story of how reality itself had almost unraveled. And somewhere beyond the Veil of Worlds, a battle continued between light and shadow, between wisdom and power, a battle that would someday, perhaps, find its way home again. Story 2. The obsidian towers of the Citadel Eternal gleamed like polished midnight against the blood-red dawn. For 1,000 years, these indomitable spires had stood as the heart of the Valorian Empire, unyielding against time and foe alike. But on this day, their ancient stones trembled. Zalathorn, the Elder Wyrm, last of the great ancestral dragons, circled high above the imperial city. His scales shimmered with the iridescence of ancient stars, each one forged in the crucible of creation itself. The vast shadow of his wings fell like a shroud over the cowering citizens below as he released a roar that cracked the very firmament, a declaration of war that shattered a peace maintained for millennia. "The pact is broken!" The dragon's voice boomed across the consciousness of every living soul in the Empire. "The seal weakens. Prepare for the end of days." In the distant mountains of Grimspire, far from the chaos engulfing the capital, an ancient figure stood at the mouth of a weather-worn cave, white hair and beard flowing like glacial streams around a face etched with the wisdom of countless ages. Gandalf the Grey gazed toward the horizon, where dark clouds gathered unnaturally. The wizard's gnarled hands tightened around his staff of silvered elm, its crystal headpiece pulsing with arcane energy that responded to its master's disquiet. "So it begins again," he murmured, as a spectral raven materialized before him, bearing the imperial seal upon a scroll of parchment that gleamed with protective enchantments. "Gandalf, old friend and teacher, the dragon Zalathorn has broken the ancient pact. The citadel burns. I beseech you by the bonds of our shared past, come with haste. The Empire needs its Stormcrow once more." Emperor Maximus Valorian, seventh of his name, Gandalf's weathered face hardened. 300 years had passed since he had last walked the marble halls of the citadel, since he had trained the young prince who now ruled as emperor. 300 years of self-imposed exile in penance for mistakes too grievous to name. "When it seems the past is not so easily outrun," he sighed, turning to gather his meager possessions, "not even by one who has lived as long as I." 7 days later, Gandalf stood before the throne of the Valorian Empire. Once a chamber of unsurpassed splendor, the great hall now bore the scars of Zalathorn's fury, tapestries reduced to ash, stained glass shattered, and the gilded ceiling open to the turbulent sky above. Guards with haunted eyes and singed armor stood at rigid attention, while courtiers whispered fearfully among the shadows. Upon the crystal throne sat Emperor Maximus, but the man before Gandalf bore little resemblance to the bright-eyed youth he had once mentored. This emperor's skin held an unnatural pallor, with faint violet veins visible beneath. His eyes, once summer blue, now gleamed with an inner darkness that sent a chill through the ancient wizard's soul. "My old teacher comes at last," Maximus declared, his voice resonating with unnatural power. "Have you come to witness my triumph, Gandalf, or to lecture me on restraint as you did in my youth?" Gandalf bowed, careful to keep his expression neutral. "I come as requested, Your Majesty." "The dragon's attack threatens all your people." "The dragon," Maximus laughed, the sound sharp as breaking glass, "is merely the first obstacle to be overcome." He rose from the throne, and as his imperial robes shifted, Gandalf glimpsed what appeared to be obsidian scales spreading across the Emperor's forearm. "I have found powers beyond your cautious teachings, old man. The abyssal entities have granted me strength to subdue not just this rebellious worm, but all the remaining dragons, to harness their power for the Empire's glory." Gandalf felt his heart sink. The abyssal entities, primordial beings of chaos, imprisoned beneath reality since the world's formation. To treat with such forces was to invite corruption of the most insidious kind. "What price did they demand for this power, Maximus?" he asked quietly. The Emperor's smile vanished. "What matter is the cost, when the prize is dominion eternal?" He gestured dismissively. "You will help me capture Zalathorn. Your knowledge of draconic law is unparalleled, even now. And if I refuse—" Guards stepped forward, spears lowered. "Then you are no longer welcome in my empire," Maximus replied coldly. "Choose, teacher." Gandalf nodded slowly. "I will aid you in containing the dragon threat," he said carefully. "But first, I must consult ancient texts regarding Zalathorn's weaknesses. The Imperial libraries." "Use them as you will," Maximus waved a hand. "Report your findings to Archmage Viridian. 3 days, Gandalf." "I grant you 3 days before we march against the beast." Dawn had not yet broken when Gandalf slipped from the citadel, having discovered truths in the ancient tomes far darker than he had feared. Maximus's dealings with the abyssal entities had accelerated the weakening of an arcane seal, a cosmic barrier forged at the dawn of time to imprison Morgothon, the Void Leviathan, an entity of such cosmic malevolence that the gods themselves had feared its power. The dragons, Gandalf now understood, were not enemies of mankind, but guardians of this seal, bound by the ancient pact to maintain its integrity through rituals of power. Zalathorn had not broken the pact from malice. He had been trying to warn humanity that the seal was failing due to Maximus's dark bargains. The wizard's path took him eastward, toward the desolate region known as the Ashlands, where legends spoke of a hidden sanctuary for those who communed with dragonkind. There, if ancient records proved true, he might find the one person who could help him prevent catastrophe. For 3 days, Gandalf traveled without rest, across blasted landscapes where war between dragons and humans had scorched the earth centuries before. On the 4th day, as he crossed a field of obsidian glass, a slender figure emerged from the heat shimmer on the horizon. She approached without fear, a woman of striking beauty and unsettling presence. Her eyes gleamed amber in the harsh sunlight, their pupils vertical like those of a serpent. Beneath the high collar of her crimson robes, the faint outline of scales could be discerned along her neck. "Seraphina," Gandalf greeted her, recognizing what she was without introduction, "last emissary of the Dragon Council." "Stormcrow," she replied, her voice carrying the subtle harmonic resonance of dragonkind. "We have been expecting you. Though I confess, centuries late." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose. "You know me." "The dragons have long memories," Seraphina responded. "It was you who helped forge the Crowns of Ash, the artifacts that strengthened the Great Seal during its last weakening, and it was you who hid them after the Sundering War, when humans turned against their draconic allies." The ancient wizard sighed heavily. "A mistake born of fear. Humanity was not ready for such power, but neither should I have concealed the crowns entirely." Seraphina studied him, her inhuman eyes unblinking. "And Zalathorn believes the time for secrets has passed. The void stirs. The Emperor's bargain with the Abyssal Ones has accelerated what was already in motion." She turned, gesturing for him to follow. "Come." "The crowns must be recovered if we are to have any hope of reinforcing the seal before Morgothon breaks free." Deep within the heart of the Ashlands, hidden by illusory magic and protected by ancient wards, the sanctuary of the dragon emissaries revealed itself to Gandalf as a marvel of organic architecture. Structures of living crystal and bone rose from the blackened earth, forming spires and chambers that pulsed with inner light. Within the central chamber, a vast crystalline pool reflected not the ceiling above, but a cosmic vista, the Great Seal itself, visible as a massive, intricate mandala of arcane energy suspended in the void between dimensions. To Gandalf's alarm, fractures spread visibly across its surface, dark energies seeping through like blood from a mortal wound. "We have perhaps days, not weeks," Seraphina observed grimly, kneeling beside the pool. "Ah, the Crowns of Ash. Do you remember where you concealed them?" Gandalf nodded solemnly. 3 locations, each significant to the forging of the original seal. The Frostpeak Shrine in the northern wastes, the Abyssal Temple beneath the Eastern Sea, and he hesitated, The catacombs beneath the citadel eternal itself. Seraphina's expression darkened. Then we face an impossible task. Emperor Maximus will never allow us access to the catacombs. Not once he realizes our true purpose. Perhaps, Gandalf stroked his beard thoughtfully, but he is not yet lost completely. The man I trained still exists somewhere beneath the corruption. If I could reach him, a fool's hope. Seraphina rose to her feet. We should focus on retrieving the other 2 crowns. With them, Zalathorn and the remaining Elder Wyrms might channel enough power to reinforce the seal temporarily. But Gandalf shook his head. Without all 3 crowns, any reinforcement would collapse within days. No, we must recover them all. His eyes took on a distant look. And I must confront my former student, not as his teacher, but as his equal. The choice he faces now will determine not just his fate, but that of all existence. The Citadel Eternal stood illuminated by an unnatural twilight as Gandalf and Seraphina approached its gates. Above, Zalathorn circled in a holding pattern, engaged in aerial combat with smaller dragons that bore the Imperial insignia upon harnesses, dragons whose eyes gleamed with the same violet light that had infected their emperor. Enslaved, Seraphina whispered in horror. He has somehow bound lesser drakes to his corrupted will. Gandalf's expression was grim. The power of the abyssal entities grows as the seal weakens. We must hurry. They did not attempt stealth. With a word of power that sent Imperial guards scattering like leaves in a gale, Gandalf struck the main gates with his staff. Ancient oak and enchanted steel groaned, then yielded, bursting inward with a thunderous crash. "Maximus!" Gandalf's voice, amplified by arcane energy, echoed throughout the citadel. "Face me, student, before all is lost." The response came not in words, but in a wave of corrupted energy that rolled across the courtyard like purple flame. At its center stood Emperor Maximus. But the man had changed drastically since their meeting days earlier. Scales covered most of his visible skin. His fingers had elongated into talons, and great membranous wings unfurled from his back. His once handsome face had stretched into something reptilian, yet still recognizably human, caught in the horrific midpoint of transformation. "Teacher," the Emperor's voice rasped, simultaneously commanding and beseeching, "have you come to witness my ascension? I'm becoming more than human, more than dragon, a god to shepherd this realm into a new age." "You are becoming a puppet," Gandalf replied sadly, raising his staff defensively. "The abyssal entities care nothing for your ambitions, Maximus. They seek only to weaken the seal that bars their master's return." Maximus laughed, the sound inhuman. "More of your fearful caution. The old powers, dragons, wizards, also afraid to grasp true destiny." He gestured, and the ground around him cracked, revealing stairs descending into darkness. "Come then, to the catacombs. I will show you what true vision has uncovered." Seraphina and Gandalf exchanged worried glances before following the transformed Emperor into the depths beneath the citadel. The catacombs opened into a vast underground chamber where the third crown of ash rested upon an obsidian altar. But it was what lay beyond that altar that struck Gandalf, silent with horror. A massive dimensional rift hung suspended in the air, a tear in reality itself, and through it could be glimpsed a colossal eye, ancient and malevolent, watching with patient hunger. "Behold," Maximus gestured grandly, "Morgothon stirs, but not as enemy, as patron. It has promised power unimaginable to those who facilitate its return. It lies," Seraphina hissed, as the abyssal ones lied to you. Once free, it will consume all reality, including those who served it." For a moment, doubt flickered across Maximus's transformed features. "Gandalf," he said, his voice suddenly younger, more human. "Is this true?" "Have I been deceived?" The ancient wizard stepped forward cautiously, setting aside his staff in a gesture of trust. "The beings beyond the seal are masters of deception, Maximus. They have used your ambition and your genuine desire to strengthen your empire against you." He extended a hand. "But it is not too late. Help us seal this breach. Help us restore the pact with dragonkind. Your people need their true emperor, not a false god." Maximus looked from Gandalf to the crown upon the altar, then to the watching eye beyond the rift. For a heartbeat, the chamber hung in perfect silence. Then, with a roar of anguish that was both human and bestial, Maximus seized the crown of ash and thrust it toward Gandalf. "Take it, quickly." "I cannot resist their whispers much longer." Gandalf grasped the crown, feeling its ancient power surge through his veins. At the same moment, Seraphina produced the other two crowns, recovered during their journey to the citadel. "The ritual," the wizard commanded. "We must perform it now." As Maximus fought against the corruption consuming him, Gandalf and Seraphina began the ancient rite, placing the three crowns in a triangular formation around the rift. Power flowed between the artifacts, a golden energy that pushed against the encroaching darkness. From above came the sound of thunder. Zalathorn, sensing the ritual's commencement, had broken through the citadel's roof. The great dragon descended into the chamber, his presence magnifying the crowns, power exponentially. "Emperor of humans," the dragon's voice resonated through mind rather than air. "Your choice in this moment echoes across eternity. Join us in maintaining the balance or surrender to the void." Maximus straightened, fighting visibly against his transformation. With trembling hands, he removed the imperial crown from his head and cast it aside. "I choose redemption," he gasped. Together, wizard, dragon, emissary, and emperor, they completed the ritual that had not been performed since the dawn of time. The crowns of ash flared with blinding light, forcing the rift closed inch by agonizing inch, as Morgothon's fury manifested in tendrils of void black energy that lashed out against its jailers. When the final seal locked into place with a sound like the birth of a star, Maximus collapsed to his knees. The draconic features receded, leaving him human once more, though forever marked by faint scale patterns across his skin. "What now?" he asked weakly, looking up at Gandalf with eyes clear of corruption. The ancient wizard gazed thoughtfully at Zalathorn, who inclined his massive head in acknowledgement of the question. "Now," Gandalf replied, "we rebuild, not just your empire, but the ancient alliance between dragons and humanity." He offered his former student a hand. "The Council of Dragons must be restored, with representatives from both races. Only together can we ensure the seal remains strong against whatever comes next." As dawn broke over the damaged citadel, filtering down through the shattered roof, it illuminated an unprecedented scene. A human emperor, a wizard of legend, a dragon emissary, and an Elder Wyrm, standing united in common purpose, guardians of a fragile peace and an even more fragile reality, their destinies now irrevocably intertwined. The crowns of ash gleamed in the morning light, no longer hidden but displayed proudly as symbols of a covenant renewed. And if one looked closely at the air above them, the faintest outline of a cosmic mandala could be glimpsed. The Great Seal, visible now to mortal eyes as a reminder of what was protected and what could still be lost. Story 3. The skies above the archipelago of Etheirys shattered like stained glass. Fractures of brilliant azure and violet light split the heavens, while arcane tempests writhe between the islands like great serpents of wind and lightning. Ships unfortunate enough to be caught in open water were lifted into the air, their hulls splintering as sailors cried out in terror before being swallowed by the unnatural storms. From the balcony of the celestial spire, tallest tower in the floating city of Ithara, Gandalf the Grey stood transfixed. His weathered hands gripped the stone railing as his keen eyes traced the movements of the tempests, but it was his ears that truly perceived the nature of the catastrophe unfolding before him. Music. Within the howling winds and crashing thunder, melodies intertwined, fragments of an ancient symphony that spoke of creation and dissolution, of harmony corrupted into discord. Each bolt of lightning struck like a hammer on crystal. Each gust of wind whispered like strings plucked by phantom fingers. "I know this song," he murmured, his long grey beard fluttering in the increasing wind. "How can I know this song?" The heavy oak door behind him burst open. Half a dozen figures in midnight blue robes, embroidered with silver constellations, filed onto the balcony, their faces set in expressions of cold fury. At their head strode Archmagus Valorian, his staff of polished obsidian striking the stone floor with each step. "Gandalf the Grey!" Valorian's voice cut through the air like a blade of ice. "By decree of the Order of Celestial Mages, you are hereby accused of high treason against the arcane accord. The evidence of your transgression manifests above us as we speak." Gandalf turned slowly from the railing, his bushy eyebrows drawing together in confusion. "What madness is this, Valorian? I have done nothing to—" "Silence!" The Archmagus raised his staff, its crystal headpiece pulsing with suppressive energy. "Our seers have traced the origin of these arcane disturbances. They lead directly to your experimentations with forbidden harmonics. Did you truly believe the Order would not notice your meddling with forces beyond mortal comprehension?" A flicker of doubt crossed Gandalf's weathered face. The melody in the storms did seem strangely familiar, as if he had heard it, or perhaps composed it, long ago. But his memories stretched back centuries, and some portions remained frustratingly shrouded in mist. "Valorian," he said carefully, "I have conducted no such experiments, but these storms, there is something about them I cannot yet place. If you would grant me time to investigate—" "Your time for deception has ended," Valorian gestured, and the blue-robed mages began to encircle Gandalf, their hands weaving patterns of binding magic. "You will be brought before the Astral Tribunal. Your powers will be stripped, your staff broken, your immortality revoked." Gandalf's grip tightened on his gnarled staff of ancient ash, its polished surface warm beneath his palm. He had no desire to fight his fellow mages, but neither could he submit to punishment for a crime he had not knowingly committed. As the binding spell closed around him, a peculiar thing happened. A fragment of melody from the storm above. A sequence of 7 notes that seemed to resonate with his very being, flashed through his mind. Without conscious thought, Gandalf's lips formed the notes, and he hummed the sequence aloud. The air around him shimmered, then rippled. The binding spell dissipated like morning mist, and the celestial mages were thrown backward as if struck by an invisible wave. Valorian alone remained standing, his face contorted with shocked rage. "So it's true," the Archmagus whispered. "You have mastered the primordial harmonics." Before Gandalf could respond, a tremendous crack split the air. One of the arcane tempests had descended directly upon the celestial spire, its swirling energies enveloping the tower's peak. Through the chaos, a ship appeared, not floating on water, but sailing through the air itself, its hull crafted of silvery wood that seemed to absorb the storm's fury rather than resist it. Great sails woven of what appeared to be solidified moonlight billowed as the vessel drew alongside the balcony. A figure leapt from the ship's rail to land with feline grace upon the stone balcony. A woman with skin the color of burnished copper and hair like white sea foam stood before them, her long coat of opalescent scales flaring dramatically in the wind. At her hip hung a cutlass that gleamed with an inner blue light. "Well met, storm singer," she called to Gandalf, her voice carrying effortlessly through the tempest. "I am Kalia, daughter of the Maelstrom. And it seems I've arrived just in time." Without waiting for a response, she seized Gandalf's arm and pulled him toward the hovering ship. "Your melody called to me across the void between worlds. We have much to discuss, but not here." Too astonished to resist, Gandalf allowed himself to be led aboard the impossible vessel. As they cleared the balcony railing, Valorian recovered enough to launch a bolt of azure energy toward them. Icalia laughed, a sound like breaking waves, and drew her cutlass in a fluid motion. The blade intercepted the spell, absorbing it completely. "Your magic is but an echo of the true song, Celestial One," she taunted. "Stay to your towers and your small dominion." As the ship ascended into the heart of the arcane storm, Gandalf cast one last glance at the diminishing figures on the balcony. Something told him it would be long before he saw the celestial spire again, if ever. "You truly remember nothing?" Kalia asked hours later, as they sat in the captain's cabin of the Tempest's Dream. Around them, the ship's crew, beings of various forms, some seemingly human, others decidedly not, went about their duties with practiced efficiency despite the chaos outside. Gandalf stared into the depths of the crystal goblet before him, filled with a liquid that shimmered like liquid starlight. "Fragments only," he admitted. "I know that I have lived for many centuries. I know that my purpose has always been to guide and protect the realms of mortals, but specific events, particularly those from the distant past..." He shook his head. "It is as if portions of my memory were deliberately obscured." "Not obscured," Kalia corrected, leaning forward. "Sacrificed. You gave them willingly, along with much of your power, to bind what should never have been unbound." The ship lurched suddenly as it navigated through a particularly violent section of the storm. Through the cabin's crystal windows, Gandalf could see islands of the archipelago below, some untouched, others devastated by the arcane tempests. "What exactly did I bind?" he asked quietly. Kalia's expression grew solemn. "Vorax, the primordial Leviathan, the devourer of worlds, the entity that exists between realities, whose very breath erodes the boundaries between what is and what might be." She gestured toward the raging storm. "At these tempests are but the first sign of its stirring. The seals weaken, the harmony that keeps it dormant fractures." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together. "And you believe I can stop this?" "I know you can." Kalia rose and crossed to a carved chest bound with bands of orichalcum. From it, she withdrew an object wrapped in shimmering cloth. "Because you've done it before." She placed the bundle on the table between them and carefully unwrapped it, revealing a flute carved from crystal so clear it seemed almost invisible, except where light caught its edges. "The breath of Zephyrus," she said reverently. "The first of the 5 elemental instruments you crafted from the essence of the primal forces themselves. With it, you can command the winds and hear the voices carried upon them, including the voice of memory." Gandalf stared at the flute, feeling a strange resonance within him at the sight of it. Hesitantly, he reached out. The moment his fingers touched the crystal, visions flooded his mind. Himself, younger yet somehow more powerful, standing atop a mountain peak as hurricanes raged around him, capturing their essence within the forming crystal. I did create this, he whispered in wonder. But where are the others? Hidden, Kalia replied, by you. Scattered across the archipelago in places of power, each concealed with a portion of your memory and might. The drums of terror, which command earth and stone. The harp of Aquanis, which sings to water in all its forms. The horn of Ignarius, which speaks to fire and magma. And the chimes of Etheria, which harmonize with the very fabric of magic itself. Gandalf lifted the crystal flute, feeling its familiar weight, and with these 5 instruments, you can reconstruct the symphony of binding, Kalia finished. The great working that once imprisoned Vorax, but we must hurry. The Order of Celestial Mages believes destroying you will calm the tempests. They do not understand that your death would only accelerate the Leviathan's awakening. The old wizard nodded slowly, new purpose filling him. Then we shall gather what I have scattered. But first, he raised the flute to his lips and played a simple sequence of notes. The cabin filled with swirling air that coalesced into visible currents, forming images of islands, mountains, and seas. A map of the archipelago rendered in living wind. 5 points glowed with inner light, marking the locations of the hidden instruments. The drums of terror lie beneath the obsidian caldera, Gandalf murmured, knowledge returning as he studied the map. A place of fire and earth in perpetual conflict, Kalia nodded grimly. The most dangerous island in all Etheris, guarded by salamanders of living flame and golems of volcanic glass. It will not surrender its treasure easily. No place of true power ever does, Gandalf replied, his voice gaining strength as purpose filled him. He rose to his feet, the crystal flute clutched in one hand, his staff in the other. Set course for the caldera, Captain Kalia. It seems I have a symphony to complete. The obsidian caldera loomed before them like a wound in the world. A vast crater of black glass and smoldering stone, from whose center rose a twisted spire of volcanic rock. Rivers of molten lava flowed down its sides, their glow reflecting off the darkened clouds that perpetually shrouded its peak. The tempest's dream hovered at a safe distance, the heat from the caldera already causing its enchanted timbers to creak in protest. Gandalf stood at the bow, his grey robes replaced with garments of silvery material provided by Kalia. Fabric woven from the scales of sea serpents, resistant to both flame and magic. The entrance lies within the central spire, he said, memories continuing to surface the longer he held the crystal flute. A chamber where earth and fire exist in perfect balance. Kalia nodded, adjusting the magical cutlass at her hip. Then that is where we go. Though I must warn you, my affinity is with storm and sea. Within that mountain of fire, my powers will be diminished, as will some of mine, Gandalf admitted. But together, we may yet prevail. As they prepared to disembark, a cry came from the crow's nest. Ships approaching, bearing the insignia of the Celestial Order. Kalia cursed under her breath. Valorian wastes no time. We cannot face both the Guardians of the Caldera and the Order's mages. Gandalf's eyes narrowed as he gazed toward the approaching vessels. Conventional ships enhanced with arcane propulsion to sail through air rather than water. Oh, then we shall not face them at all. He raised the crystal flute to his lips once more and played a complex melody that seemed to capture the very essence of a gale. The winds between their position and the approaching ships suddenly shifted, forming a wall of swirling air so dense it appeared solid. Lightning crackled within the barrier, and clouds condensed into impenetrable fog. "That will not hold them forever," Gandalf cautioned, lowering the flute, "but it shall buy us the time we need." Together, they descended from the ship on a platform of solidified air, conjured by another sequence of notes from the flute. As they approached the central spire, the heat became nearly unbearable, and creatures of living flame, salamanders the size of wolves, their bodies composed of white-hot fire, emerged from crevices to observe the intruders. "They recognize the flute," Gandalf murmured in surprise. "They will not attack unless we threaten their domain." At the base of the spire, an archway of perfectly formed obsidian marked the entrance to a tunnel that plunged into the heart of the volcano. Runes of an ancient language Gandalf had not realized he could read glowed along its surface. "The earth remembers what minds forget," he translated. "The rhythm reveals what time conceals." Inside, the tunnel descended in a spiral, passing through chambers of increasing heat and strange beauty. Crystals of impossible colors grew from walls of polished stone. Pools of lava cast everything in a pulsating orange glow. Finally, they reached the heart chamber, a vast cavern supported by columns of basalt, at whose center stood an altar of pure diamond. Upon this altar rested an object that pulsed with inner power, a pair of drums crafted from stone, so dense it seemed to bend light around it, bound with hoops of gleaming orichalcum. Their surfaces adorned with patterns that shifted and changed even as they watched. "The drums of terror," Kalea breathed in awe. As Gandalf approached the altar, the chamber trembled. From pools of lava on either side rose massive figures, guardians formed of molten stone and living flame, their eyes glowing like captured stars. "Who seeks the heartbeat of the world?" Their voices boomed as one, shaking loose stone from the cavern ceiling. Gandalf stepped forward, holding the crystal flute before him. "I, who created it, return to reclaim what is mine by right of making." The guardians studied him, molten eyes unblinking. "The Maker gave away his memories with his creation. Prove your identity not through knowledge, but through harmony." Understanding dawned on Gandalf. Raising the flute to his lips, he began to play, not a melody he consciously remembered, but one his fingers recalled of their own accord. The notes hung in the superheated air of the chamber, vibrating with increasing intensity. After a moment, the drums upon the altar began to resonate in response, producing deep, powerful tones that complemented the flute's higher voice. Together, they created a harmony that spoke of mountains rising, of continents drifting, of the slow, inexorable patience of stone. The guardians inclined their massive heads. "The symphony begins anew. Take what is yours, Maker, and remember what was forgotten." As Gandalf lifted the drums from the altar, another flood of memories returned. Centuries of wandering, of guiding mortal civilizations, of battling threats from beyond the veil of stars. And most significantly, the memory of Vorax's first appearance, a catastrophe that had nearly unmade reality itself. "I remember the binding," he said softly to Kaelia as they prepared to depart. 5 mages wielding the 5 instruments, creating a harmony that could imprison even a being of such cosmic power. But I was the only survivor of that working. The others, his voice faltered, sacrificed themselves to complete the binding. Kaelia finished gently. "And you, in your grief, divided your power and memory among the instruments, then scattered them to ensure no single person could ever again wield such dangerous knowledge." Gandalf nodded solemnly. "Yet now, that knowledge must be gathered once more, lest Vorax break free entirely." He looked up at the cavern ceiling, sensing the arcane tempests that still raged above. Oh, the symphony must be completed again, whatever the cost. As they emerged from the caldera, the Tempest Dream descended to meet them. In the distance, Gandalf could see Valorian ships still struggling against the barrier of wind, but it was visibly weakening. To the coral depths, he commanded, the drums of terror secured against his chest, the crystal flute still in his hand. Ah, the harp of Aquanis awaits in the sunken temple of the Mare Sarges. Kalia grinned, her sea-green eyes sparkling with renewed purpose. Now you're speaking my language, Storm Singer. The sea has always been my truest ally. As the enchanted ship turned toward new horizons, Gandalf felt both trepidation and hope. The path ahead would be perilous, 3 more instruments to recover, each guarded by forces as powerful as those they had just faced. And beyond that lay the greater challenge, performing the Symphony of Binding once more without the aid of the 4 mages who had stood with him centuries ago. Yet as the crystal flute and stone drums hummed with harmonic energy in his possession, he felt more himself than he had in centuries. The melody that had been fragmented was beginning to resolve into a cohesive whole once more. The symphony of elements had begun anew, and though the final crescendo remained distant, its opening notes promised both destruction and renewal, the eternal cycle of cosmic harmony restored through sacrifice and courage. Above the ship, the arcane tempests seemed to respond to the presence of the recovered instruments, their chaotic patterns briefly aligning into more organized forms before dissolving again into discord. It was a small change, but a significant one. The storms recognize the beginnings of harmony, Gandalf observed. Even as Vorak stirs in its prison, it feels the approach of that which once bound it. A race against time, then, Kalia replied, her hand steady on the ship's wheel. One that all reality depends upon us winning. Gandalf nodded, his resolve hardening as the Tempest's Dream sailed onward through the shattered sky, bearing its precious cargo toward destiny, whether glorious or devastating only time would tell. Story 4. The kingdom of Luminara gleamed like a jewel, nestled between the Silver Peak Mountains and the Whispering Sea. Its white marble towers caught the morning light and scattered it across the emerald valleys below, while the royal palace, crafted from rare moonstone that glowed with inner radiance even during daylight, stood as a beacon of prosperity and enlightenment. For 7 centuries, Luminara had flourished as a haven for scholars, artisans, and those gifted in the arcane arts. But on the morning of the summer solstice, as citizens gathered in the Grand Plaza for the annual Festival of Light, a hush fell over the crowd. A child's laughter turned to a startled cry as her mother's hand, clasped tightly in her own, suddenly hardened. The woman stood frozen, her expression one of bewildered surprise as crystalline veins spread across her skin. Within moments, she had transformed entirely, a perfect statue of transparent crystal, sunlight fracturing through her outstretched fingers into rainbow patterns on the cobblestones. Panic erupted as, one by one, others began to transform. By midday, half the kingdom's population stood immobilized in crystalline stillness, their final expressions capturing the moment when flesh surrendered to enchanted mineral. 3 days later, Gandalf the Grey stood before the Council of Regents in the Chamber of Luminance, the moonstone walls now draped in mourning veils of indigo silk. 7 nobles sat upon silver thrones arranged in a semicircle, their faces grave beneath their ceremonial crowns. "You promised us protection, wizard," intoned Lord Regent Kaldor, his voice heavy with accusation. "When you helped establish the wards around our kingdom a century ago, you vowed that Luminara would stand safe against mystical threats for 1,000 years. Gandalf leaned upon his weathered staff, his ancient eyes moving from one regent to the next. Though his expression remained calm, sorrow etched deep lines around his mouth. "I did indeed craft those wards, my lords," he acknowledged, "and they remain intact. This curse came not from without, but from within, a malevolence that grew in your kingdom's very heart, like rot within seemingly healthy fruit." Lady Regent Elisandra rose, her silver hair contrasting sharply with her youth. "Excuses change nothing, Gandalf Graham. Half our people stand as crystal monuments to your failure. The curse spreads still, claiming more victims each day." She gestured toward the arched windows, beyond which the crystallized citizens could be seen scattered throughout the city like macabre sculptures. "What do you intend to do?" Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together. "I have consulted the ancient texts in your libraries. This crystallization bears the hallmarks of forgotten magic, the transmutation of eternal stasis. There is but one place where the knowledge to counter such a working might be found." He paused, his voice dropping to a timbre that seemed to resonate with the very stones beneath their feet. "The labyrinth of forgotten kings." Murmurs rippled through the council. Even the guards at the chamber doors shifted uncomfortably. "A myth," scoffed Lord Thaddeus, the youngest regent. "A children's tale to frighten them into obedience. I assure you," Gandalf replied firmly, "the labyrinth is quite real. I have walked its outer passages once before, though I dared not venture to its heart. Within its ever-changing corridors lies the accumulated wisdom of rulers long dead, secrets deemed too dangerous for the world above." "And you believe this labyrinth contains the cure for our people?" Calder asked, skepticism evident in his tone. Gandalf nodded solemnly. "The labyrinth exists in the Shadowlands between this world and the next, a repository of knowledge that even the greatest libraries of the mortal realm cannot match. If an answer exists, it will be found there." After heated debate, the council reluctantly granted Gandalf permission to seek the labyrinth, though their parting words made clear their diminished faith in the wizard's abilities. As he descended the moonstone steps of the palace, the weight of their doubt pressed upon his shoulders as heavily as his many centuries of life. The entrance to the Labyrinth of Forgotten Kings lay beneath the ancient wood, 3 days' journey from Luminara's borders. As Gandalf walked beneath the massive trees, their trunks wider than village houses, their canopies so dense that only occasional shafts of emerald-tinged light penetrated to the forest floor, he sensed eyes watching from the shadows. The ancient wood harbored beings older than human civilization, spirits that remembered when the stars themselves had different names. On the 3rd night, as he made camp beside a pool of water so still it resembled polished obsidian, a commotion erupted from the trees. 4 guards in Luminaran livery dragged a struggling figure into the clearing. "We found this assassin trailing you, Lord Wizard," announced the captain, forcing the prisoner to his knees. The man before Gandalf was lean and hard, with eyes the color of burnished copper and a network of scars visible along his jawline and throat. Despite his bound hands, he held himself with the coiled tension of a predator. "What is your name?" Gandalf inquired, studying the prisoner closely. "Thorn," the man answered, his voice surprisingly cultured despite his rough appearance. "And I am no assassin, at least not presently." Gandalf raised an eyebrow. "Yet you do not deny that is your profession." A sardonic smile flashed across Thorn's face. "Was my profession The Luminar and Executioners had other plans for my future until your crystal curse provided unexpected opportunities for escape. A condemned criminal, the guard captain spat. He should be returned to the capital for execution. Gandalf raised a hand. What were your crimes, Thorn? I eliminated those who deserved elimination, Thorn replied evenly. Lords who abused their power, merchants who trafficked in misery, priests who betrayed their vows. Eventually, I removed someone the Council of Regents found irreplaceable. Something in the man's direct gaze spoke of honesty. Despite his lethal background, Gandalf stroked his long beard thoughtfully. You know these woods? He asked. Thorn nodded. Better than most. I sought sanctuary here after my indiscretion. And what do you know of the Labyrinth of Forgotten Kings? A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Thorn's features. The labyrinth? It is real, then. He seemed to reconsider Gandalf with new interest. There are whispers among the wood spirits. They say it shifts constantly, that those who enter rarely return, and that at its center dwells the Oracle of Shadows, a being neither living nor dead, who knows all that has been forgotten. Gandalf turned to the guard captain. Release him. My lord, I require someone who knows these woods, Gandalf interrupted firmly. And perhaps a man acquainted with darkness will prove useful in a place of forgotten shadows. After the reluctant guards departed, Gandalf offered Thorn a choice. Assist in navigating the ancient wood and the labyrinth beyond, with the promise of redemption should they succeed, or go his own way. Thorn studied the wizard for a long moment. Redemption is a luxury for those with cleaner hands than mine, he finally said. But I admit to curiosity about this mythical maze. Lead on, wizard. At the very least, it should prove an interesting journey. Dawn broke 3 days later as they reached the heart of the ancient wood. Before them stood a ring of megalithic stones, each carved with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly, becoming clear only in peripheral vision. At the center of the ring, a circular depression in the earth revealed a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. The threshold of forgotten realms, Gandalf murmured. Beyond this point, the normal laws of nature grow, flexible. Thorn's hand rested on the hilt of his dagger. I've never trusted flexible laws, natural or otherwise. As they descended the weathered stone steps, the light from above gradually faded, replaced by a phosphorescent glow emanating from the very walls. The air grew thick with the scent of ancient dust and something else, a faint sweetness like nectar from flowers that bloom before humans walked the earth. The staircase ended in a vast antechamber where multiple corridors branched outward like the spokes of a wheel. Each passage shifted subtly as they watched, doorways appearing and disappearing, the very architecture refusing to remain constant. How do we choose? Thorn asked, his usual confidence subdued by the impossible geometry before them. Gandalf withdrew a small object from within his robes, a crystal sphere no larger than a plum, within which swirled mist the color of midnight. The orb of wayfinding, he explained, a gift from an old friend who once visited this place. He held the orb in his palm and whispered words in a language that seemed to slither through the air like smoke. The mist within the crystal coalesced into a faint purple flame that pointed toward the third corridor from the left. As they approached, however, the passage rearranged itself, becoming the fifth, then the second. It seems the labyrinth does not surrender its secrets easily, Gandalf observed dryly. Thorn frowned. Perhaps we're approaching this incorrectly. In my experience, when a direct path is blocked, one must create alternatives. To Gandalf's surprise, Thorn knelt and pressed his hand against the stone floor. He closed his eyes, murmuring in a dialect the wizard recognized as an ancient form of communication used by forest spirits. After a moment, faint lines of greenish light spread from Thorn's palm, tracing a network of patterns across the floor that connected to one specific corridor. "The Assassin's Guild was not my first brotherhood," Thorn explained, noting Gandalf's raised eyebrows. "Before that, I trained among the verdant whisperers, those who speak with the consciousness that dwells in all living stone and wood." "The labyrinth is certainly alive in its way," Gandalf acknowledged, impressed despite himself. Led on, Whisperer. For hours that stretched into what felt like days, they navigated the ever-changing corridors of the labyrinth. Chambers filled with floating orbs of memory that showed scenes from long-dead civilizations. Hallways where gravity reversed without warning. Gardens of crystal flowers that sang mournful melodies when touched. Throughout their journey, they encountered the labyrinth's guardians. Sphinx-like creatures with riddles sharp as daggers, animated suits of armor from kingdoms long fallen to dust. Spectral librarians who demanded knowledge in exchange for passage. In each case, Gandalf's ancient wisdom complemented Thorn's unexpected insights, allowing them to proceed deeper into the maze. Yet as they ventured further, Gandalf grew increasingly troubled by flashes of recognition, architectural details, symbols, and magical signatures that tugged at memories long buried. Finally, they reached a vast circular chamber supported by columns of obsidian that reflected distorted versions of themselves. At the center stood a dais upon which sat a figure shrouded in flowing robes of shadow and light, the legendary Oracle of Shadows. "Approach, Seeker," the Oracle's voice echoed with multiple tones, as if many spoke as one. "What forgotten knowledge do you desire?" Gandalf stepped forward, his staff tapping softly against the polished floor. "I seek the cure for the crystallization of eternal stasis that afflicts the kingdom of Luminara." The Oracle's face, hidden within its hood, turned toward him. Though Gandalf could discern no features, he felt the weight of its ancient gaze. "The answer you seek lies not in what you have forgotten, Gandalf the Grey, but in what you have chosen not to remember." The chamber darkened, and upon the walls appeared moving images, memories projected from the depths of time. A younger Gandalf instructing a bright-eyed apprentice in the fundamentals of transmutation magic. The same apprentice, older now, his eyes burning with ambition as Gandalf refused to teach him certain forbidden arts. Finally, the apprentice, now a man with bitterness etched into his handsome features, stealing ancient texts from Gandalf's own library before vanishing into the night. "Malachor," Gandalf whispered, the name rising unbidden from depths of memory he had deliberately sealed away. "Over my greatest failure, your abandoned apprentice," the Oracle confirmed. "He who swore to become more powerful than his master through whatever means necessary. For centuries he has studied the darkest arts, extending his life unnaturally while his soul withered within him." Thorn stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the projected memories. "This is the source of the curse, a vengeful former student." The Oracle's head inclined slightly. "Malachor seeks not merely vengeance, but transcendence. The crystallization is but the first phase of a grand working. Those transformed are not dead, but suspended between states of being. Their life essence slowly drains away, feeding his ultimate spell, the ritual of astral ascension." He seeks to become a celestial being, Gandalf realized, horror dawning in his eyes. To shed his mortal form and ascend to godhood, powered by the stolen life force of an entire kingdom. "And when complete," the Oracle added, "the ritual will tear a hole in the fabric between realms, allowing entities from the far beyond to enter your world. Malachor believes they will grant him dominion over all he surveys. He is mistaken. Gandalf's hands tightened around his staff. How do I reverse the crystallization? The oracle waved a hand, and a complex magical formula appeared in glowing script before them. This counterworking will free those already transformed. But to prevent the completion of Malachor's ritual, you must confront him directly in the place where heaven touches earth. The celestial spire, Gandalf murmured. Use the highest tower in Luminara, where the royal astronomers study the movements of stars. As the oracle faded from view, its final words lingered in the chamber. Remember, Gandalf, sometimes our greatest enemies are born from our own best intentions. What was broken through rejection can only be healed through acceptance. The journey back through the labyrinth proved strangely direct, as if the maze itself understood the urgency of their mission. Within a day, they emerged once more into the ancient wood, though Gandalf was startled to discover that nearly 3 weeks had passed in the world above. They raced back to Luminara, only to find the situation far worse than when they had left. Now, nearly 80% of the population stood transformed into crystal, their life essence visibly draining away as faint streams of luminous energy flowed upward toward the celestial spire. Around the tower, reality itself seemed to warp and bend, the sky above it darkening unnaturally despite the midday sun. The ritual nears completion, Gandalf observed grimly. Thorn, take the counterspell formula to the Council of Regents. They must begin the working immediately to free as many citizens as possible. The assassin nodded, taking the parchment on which Gandalf had transcribed the oracle's formula. "Now, and you," Gandalf's eyes fixed on the distorted tower that now stretched impossibly toward the heavens. "I must face my past." The ascent of the celestial spire tested even Gandalf's considerable powers. Each step brought new challenges, steps that turned to quicksand, doorways that opened to abyssal voids, guardian constructs crafted from animated stardust. By the time he reached the observatory at the tower's peak, his robes were singed, his beard was smoking, and righteous anger burned within his ancient heart. Malachor stood at the center of a complex magical array, his once handsome features now stretched and distorted by centuries of dark magic. Streams of crystalline energy flowed into him from the citizens below, causing his form to flicker between solid and translucent as the ritual approached its climax. Above him, the ceiling of the observatory had vanished, replaced by a swirling vortex that revealed glimpses of impossible geometries and ancient, hungry entities that writhed at the threshold between realities. "And my old master comes to witness my ascension," Malachor's voice echoed strangely, as if coming from multiple throats at once. "How fitting." "This is not ascension, Malachor," Gandalf replied, his voice cutting through the chaotic energies that filled the chamber. "This is destruction of yourself and countless innocents." Malachor laughed, the sound fracturing like breaking crystal. "Always the same sanctimonious lectures. You refused to teach me the higher mysteries, claimed I wasn't ready, as if readiness were your determination to make," his face contorted with centuries of nurtured rage. "I have surpassed you in every way. The entities beyond the veil have promised me dominion over all realms, physical and spiritual alike." "They have promised you nothing but oblivion," Gandalf countered, stepping closer. "Look at yourself, Malachor. Your body can barely contain the energies you channel. You are becoming not a god, but a gateway, a door to be discarded once opened." For just a moment, doubt flickered in Malachor's increasingly translucent eyes. Gandalf pressed his advantage, not with spell or staff, but with words that came from the heart. "I failed you," he admitted, his voice softening. "In my concern for the power you might misuse, I overlooked the pain that drove you to seek it. I should have guided rather than restricted, understood rather than judged. Too late, Malika hissed, but his voice wavered. The ritual cannot be stopped. The way is opening. It can be redirected, Gandalf replied. He extended his hand. Let me help you, as I should have done centuries ago. For a breathless moment, the chamber hung in perfect silence. Then, slowly, Malachor reached toward his former master. As their hands touched, Gandalf channeled his own considerable power into a working of transformation, not to destroy Malachor, but to stabilize him, to help him contain and redirect the overwhelming energies he had foolishly gathered. Together, they turned the ritual's focus upward, away from the waiting entities and toward the vortex itself. The swirling energies collapsed inward, sealing the breach between realities, with a thunderclap that shook the tower to its foundations. Throughout Luminara, citizens frozen in crystal began to shimmer, their transformations reversing as the spell that held them captive dissipated. The streams of life essence returned to their rightful owners, leaving Malachor diminished but, for the first time in centuries, fully present in his own form. He sank to his knees, suddenly appearing as the young man Gandalf had once taught, though his eyes still held the weight of his long, dark journey. "Why?" he asked simply. "Why save me after all I've done?" Gandalf knelt beside him, placing a weathered hand on his shoulder. Because redemption is not a luxury reserved for the innocent, but a necessity for those who have strayed furthest from the light. From the doorway came Thorn's voice, unusually subdued. "The citizens are returning to flesh. The regents ask for you both." As they descended the tower, Gandalf reflected on the oracle's final words. Some wounds could only be healed through acceptance, not just Malachor's acceptance of his own fallibility, but Gandalf's acceptance of his role in creating the very threat he had been called to defeat. The labyrinth of lost memory had forced him to confront not just forgotten knowledge, but forgotten responsibility. And in doing so, it had offered both master and apprentice a chance to rewrite their entwined destinies, to transform not flesh to crystal, but darkness to dawn. Story 5. The crystal mountains shimmered on the horizon like a crown of frozen stars, their translucent peaks catching the dawn light and fracturing it into 1,000 rainbows that danced across the valley below. For 10,000 years, those majestic spires had stood as silent sentinels, beautiful and immutable, until the day they began to crumble. Gandalf the Grey stood upon the wind-swept ridge of Raven's Watch, his weathered hands gripping his staff of ancient ash as the distant rumble of collapsing crystal resonated through the earth beneath his feet. His keen eyes narrowed beneath bushy brows as he watched plumes of crimson smoke rise from newly formed fissures in the mountain range. "So it begins," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The Pirians stir once more." The wizard had felt their awakening 3 nights prior, a disturbance in the arcane currents that flowed through the world like invisible rivers. He had hoped the ancient bindings would hold, that the fire demons imprisoned within the crystal mountains would remain entombed for another millennium. But as another peak shattered in the distance, sending crystalline fragments arcing through the sky like falling stars, hope surrendered to grim certainty. Someone had broken the seals. Someone with knowledge of the old magic and the will to unleash forces that had nearly consumed the world during the Age of Cinders. Closing his eyes, Gandalf extended his consciousness outward, casting his awareness like a net across the fractured mountains. Amid the chaotic energies of the awakening Pirians, he detected a familiar magical signature, a pattern of power he had not encountered in nearly 2 centuries. Malthus, he whispered, opening his eyes with a sharp intake of breath. What madness have you embraced, old friend? Archmagus Malthus had once been Gandalf's closest ally, a brilliant mage whose contributions to the Conclave of Illumination had advanced the understanding of elemental harmonics beyond all previous boundaries. But something had changed in the man after his expedition to the Abyssal Archives. He had returned different. More secretive, more ambitious, and now it seemed more dangerous than Gandalf could have imagined. With a heavy heart, the grey wizard turned from the mountains and descended the rocky path toward the village of Oakendale. There was little time to waste. The Pyreans would grow stronger with each passing day, feeding on the ambient magic of the world until they were powerful enough to take physical form once more. Before that happened, Gandalf needed answers and allies. 3 days later, Gandalf stood in the shadows of the Golden Chalice, the most notorious tavern in the port city of Blackwater. His travel-stained grey robes had been exchanged for simple brown garments, his silver hair and beard tucked beneath a weathered hood. Here, among smugglers, mercenaries, and those who lived in the spaces between legality and lawlessness, the renowned wizard moved like a ghost, unnoticed and unremarkable. His quarry sat alone in the corner booth, a slender woman with hair the color of burnished copper and eyes that reflected the tavern's firelight with an unnatural amber glow. Even from across the room, Gandalf could sense the ancient bloodline that flowed through her veins. Dragon blood. Diluted by generations of human ancestry, perhaps, but unmistakable to one with eyes to see. As he approached her table, the woman's hand drifted casually to the curved dagger at her hip. "Whatever you're selling, old man, I'm not buying," she said, her voice carrying a hint of smoke and ember. "Information, not wares," Gandalf replied quietly, sliding into the seat opposite her. "About a mutual acquaintance, Archmagus Malthus." The woman's eyes narrowed, pupils contracting to vertical slits for the briefest moment before returning to human roundness. "You've mistaken me for someone who associates with arrogant spellcasters." She rose to leave, but Gandalf's next words froze her in mid-motion. "I know what you took from his collection, Vexria Nightshade. The question is whether you understand what it truly is." Vexria sank back into her seat, her expression a careful mask that failed to completely hide her surprise. "And who exactly are you?" Gandalf lowered his hood just enough to reveal his face. "Someone who believes the Pyreans should remain imprisoned for the good of all living things." Recognition flickered in Vexria's amber eyes. "Gandalf the Grey," she whispered. "I thought you'd be taller." Despite the gravity of the situation, Gandalf's lips twitched with momentary amusement. "Height rarely correlates with ability, my dear. Now, shall we discuss the ember key you liberated from Malthus's vault?" For a long moment, Vexria studied him, calculation evident in her gaze. Finally, she reached into her leather tunic and withdrew a small object wrapped in shimmering cloth. Carefully unfolding the fabric, she revealed a key that appeared to be carved from a single ruby, glowing with an inner fire that cast dancing shadows across their faces. "I was hired to acquire this by a collector who claimed it was merely a ceremonial artifact from the Second Dynasty," she explained. "But the moment I touched it, you felt its true power," Gandalf finished. The Ember Key is one of the 3 relics of Dawn, artifacts forged during the First Age to control and contain the Pyrean host." He leaned forward, his voice dropping further. "Malthus now moves to unleash those ancient fire demons. I believe he intends to harness their power through a forgotten ritual, one that would grant him mastery over elemental fire itself." Vexria's expression hardened. Oh, and why should I care about the ambitions of one power-hungry wizard? I have the key, and the second half of my payment awaits in Westermere. Because, Gandalf replied solemnly, if Malthus succeeds, there will be no Westermere, no Blackwater, nothing but ash and cinder where civilization once stood. He gestured toward the Ember Key, and because that artifact now binds itself to your bloodline, you felt it, did you not? The resonance with the dragon ancestry that flows through your veins. A flash of vulnerability crossed Vexria's face before her features settled back into careful neutrality. What exactly are you proposing? An alliance, Gandalf answered. We must locate the remaining relics of Dawn before Malthus completes his ritual in the celestial catacombs. The chalice of containment is said to reside within the eternal forests, guarded by the Elven Queen. The crown of binding was lost during the Battle of Forgotten Tears, its location unknown for centuries. Vexria laughed, the sound sharp with disbelief. And so you propose we first waltz into the realm of elves who despise all outsiders, somehow convince their notoriously capricious queen to surrender a priceless artifact, then magically locate another relic that's been missing for hundreds of years, all before your former friend completes a ritual of unimaginable power. Gandalf nodded gravely. And that is precisely what I propose. To his surprise, a slow grin spread across Vexria's face, revealing canines slightly sharper than human norm. Well, old wizard, I was getting bored with simple theft anyway. She wrapped the Ember Key and tucked it back into her tunic. When do we leave? The journey to the eternal forests took them through lands increasingly touched by the awakening of the Pyrians. Villages near the Crystal Mountains stood abandoned, their fields withered as though scorched by invisible flames. The very air grew thick with ash and the taste of metal, while wildlife fled before an unseen threat. On the seventh day, as they crested the Hill of Whispers, the eternal forests spread before them, a vast sea of ancient trees whose canopy shimmered with leaves of emerald, silver, and gold. Unlike the afflicted lands behind them, the forest pulsed with vibrant life, protected by enchantments older than human memory. The elves have strengthened their wards, Gandalf observed, stroking his grey beard thoughtfully. They sense the coming danger. Vexria shifted uncomfortably beside him. During their journey, Gandalf had observed subtle changes in his companion, scales of burnished copper occasionally shimmering beneath her skin when firelight caught her at certain angles, her eyes remaining more draconic with each passing day. The proximity to the Ember Key was awakening her dormant heritage. "They'll never allow me entry," she said quietly. The dragon-blooded are particularly unwelcome in elven lands since the burning of Silverhaven, Gandalf nodded solemnly. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but these are far from normal times. He gestured toward a barely visible path that wound between ancient oaks. We shall enter through the path of forgotten promise. It leads directly to the heart of Elendel, the elven capital. You speak as one familiar with these woods, Vexria observed shrewdly. A shadow passed across Gandalf's face. I knew them well, once, long ago. They descended into the forest as the sun began to set, and immediately Gandalf felt the weight of memory press upon him. The last time he had walked these paths had been 2 centuries prior, when passion and pride had led to words that could not be unsaid, to wounds that time had failed to heal. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with bioluminescence, flowers that glowed like captured stars, fungi that pulsed with gentle blue radiance, fireflies that traced patterns of ancient elven script through the air. Despite the beauty surrounding them, Gandalf sensed eyes watching from shadows, the whisper of bowstrings being drawn. "We are observed," he murmured to Vexria. "Since we crossed the tree line," she confirmed, her enhanced senses having detected their silent escorts long before. "Shall we continue the pretense of solitude or acknowledge our audience?" Before Gandalf could answer, the air before them shimmered like heat above Summerstone. From nothingness materialized a tall elven warrior, his armor crafted from overlapping leaves of enchanted silver, a bow of pale heartwood in his hands. Mithrandir, the elf addressed Gandalf by his elven name, his melodic voice cool with formality. "You returned to lands where you were explicitly told you were no longer welcome." Gandalf inclined his head respectfully. "Circumstances change. Thalion, the Pyrians awaken." "I must speak with your queen." The elf's ageless face betrayed a flicker of concern before settling back into impassivity. His gaze shifted to Vexria, nostrils flaring slightly as he detected her draconic heritage. "And you bring one of the fire-blooded into our realm. Her kind are forbidden. Her kind may be our only hope," Gandalf interrupted firmly. "She bears the Ember Key." At this, murmurs rippled through the previously silent forest as hidden elven sentinels reacted to the news. Thalion's eyes widened momentarily before he composed himself. "Follow," he commanded tersely, turning to lead them deeper into the woods. "The Queen will decide your fate." The elven capital of Elendel defied human conception of architecture. Vast trees, each wider than village cottages, had been shaped through millennia of patient elven song magic into a harmonious city of living wood. Graceful bridges of woven branches connected dwellings that spiraled around massive trunks, while ethereal lights drifted through the canopy like earthbound stars. At the heart of this sylvan marvel stood the greatest tree of all, the grandfather oak, ancient when the world was young. Within its hollowed core lay the Court of Seasons, where the elven queen held audience beneath a canopy that shifted to reflect the turning of the year. As Gandalf and Vexria were led into this sacred space, they found it adorned with the colors of autumn, leaves of gold, crimson and amber, creating a cathedral-like space of breathtaking beauty. Upon a throne carved from the living heart of the tree sat Queen Elendil, her ageless beauty both terrible and magnificent, her eyes, the deep green of forest shadows, fixed upon Gandalf with an intensity that spoke of centuries of unresolved emotion. 200 years of silence, she said, her voice like wind through ancient branches, and now you stand before me as if time means nothing. Gandalf stepped forward and bowed deeply. To your kind, your majesty, it is but a moment, to mine, a substantial portion of a lifetime. Yet not yours, she observed coolly. You remain unchanged, Mithrandir, while kingdoms of men have risen and fallen. Her gaze shifted to Vexria. And you bring a daughter of dragonkind into my realm, a bold choice, considering our history. Before Gandalf could respond, Vexria stepped forward and, to his astonishment, performed a perfect elven gesture of supplication, right hand over heart, left extended palm up. I come not as enemy, but as bearer, your radiance, she said, her usual irreverence replaced with formal dignity. The Ember Key awakens, as do the fires beneath the crystal mountains. A murmur passed through the assembled elven court. Queen Elendil leaned forward, her expression sharpening with concern. Show me. Vexria carefully withdrew the wrapped key and unfolded its covering. In the enchanted light of the Court of Seasons, the ruby artifact pulsed with inner fire, casting crimson reflections across the gathered faces. "Oh, the chalice," Gandalf said quietly. "We need the chalice of containment, your majesty. Malthus seeks to unleash the Pyrians for his own power. With 2 of the 3 relics, we might have a chance to stop him." Queen Elendril's gaze returned to Gandalf, searching his face for a long moment. "Malthus, your former apprentice." "My former friend," Gandalf corrected gently. "And my greatest mistake." The Queen rose from her throne in a fluid motion, her silver-green robes flowing like water. "Follow me, alone." This last word was directed pointedly at Vexria, who nodded in understanding and remained where she stood, surrounded by watchful elven guards. Gandalf followed the Queen through a hidden archway into a chamber of roots and earth, illuminated by crystals that gave off a gentle white light. At its center stood a pedestal of twisted heartwood, upon which rested a chalice carved from a single enormous sapphire, its surface etched with runes of containment and binding. "You know what you ask," Elendril said softly, her formal demeanor falling away now that they were alone. "The chalice has protected our realm for millennia, dampening the fires that would consume all living things. I would not ask if there were any other way," Gandalf replied, his voice equally soft. "Malthus seeks the crown of binding. With it and the ritual he prepares in the celestial catacombs, he could command the Pyrian host, an army of fire demons bound to his will." Elendril turned to him, ancient sorrow in her eyes. "And what price are you prepared to pay to stop him, Mithrandir? The relics extract a cost from their wielders." Gandalf met her gaze steadily. "Whatever is required." "Even your power?" she asked. "The chalice feeds on magical energy. To use it in conjunction with the other relics may drain you completely, leaving you mortal, vulnerable. The Gandalf who stands before me now would cease to exist." The wizard was silent for a long moment, contemplating a future without the abilities that had defined his existence for centuries. Finally, he nodded. "If that is the cost of preventing a second age of cinders, so be it." Elendril studied him, something softening in her expression. "You have changed, perhaps." "The Mithrandir I knew would never have contemplated such sacrifice. 200 years provides ample time for reflection, Your Majesty." A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "Indeed." She reached for the chalice, hesitated, then lifted it from its pedestal. "I will not merely lend this to your cause, I shall accompany you." Gandalf's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Oh, the Queen of the Eternal Forests, venturing into the world of men." "The Queen of the Eternal Forests," she corrected, "venturing to prevent the end of all forests, eternal or otherwise." She fixed him with a pointed look. "Besides, someone must ensure you return the chalice when this is finished." The journey to locate the Crown of Binding led the unlikely trio, wizard, thief, and elven queen, to the ruins of Carath Dum, an ancient dwarven stronghold, abandoned after the Battle of Forgotten Tears. Here, amid crumbling stone and faded glory, they discovered the crown not lost but hidden, secreted away by the last dwarven king within a vault that opened only to the light of a blue moon. With all three relics of dawn finally assembled, they turned their attention to the celestial catacombs, where their scrying had revealed Malthus's preparations nearing completion. Beneath an ancient human temple built to honor the stars, the Archmagus had constructed a ritual chamber aligned with cosmic forces that would amplify his working to dangerous levels. As they descended into the earth, the air grew increasingly thick with power. Magic so dense, it manifested as visible currents of crimson and gold flowing through the darkness. At the heart of the catacombs, they found a vast circular chamber whose ceiling had been enchanted to reflect the night sky above, each star pulsing with unnatural intensity. In the center stood Malthus, once Gandalf's dearest friend, now transformed by ambition and forbidden knowledge. His once kind face had hardened into sharp angles, his eyes burning with inner fire, his hands tracing complex patterns in the air as he wove a spell of binding and dominion. Before him, a portal was forming, a tear in reality through which could be glimpsed the realm of the Pyreans, a dimension of eternal flame where the ancient fire demons had been imprisoned since their defeat in the First Age. "Malthus," Gandalf called, his voice echoing through the chamber. The Archmagus turned, surprise briefly flickering across his face before settling into a cold smile. "Gandalf, I wondered when you would appear." His gaze moved to Elendil and Vexria, then to the relics they carried. "And you've brought the very tools I require. How thoughtful." "This ends now," Gandalf said firmly, stepping forward. "The Pyreans cannot be controlled, old friend. They will consume everything, including you." Malthus laughed, the sound hollow and cold. "Control is precisely what they require. For too long, we have feared power rather than harnessing it. With the Pyrean host under my command, I shall remake this world into one of perfect order." "Perfect ash, you mean?" Vexria interjected, the ember key pulsing in her hand as it responded to the nearby portal. "The dragon-blooded speaks truth," Elendil added, the chalice of containment glowing with suppressive energy in her grasp. "I witnessed the devastation of the First Age. Nothing survived the Pyrean touch, save stone and sorrow." Malthus's expression hardened. "I expected better from you, Gandalf, not this pathetic alliance of the desperate." He gestured sharply, and the portal behind him widened, revealing countless writhing forms of living flame. The time for debate has ended. The age of purification begins now." With a tremendous surge of power, Malthus struck. Bolts of corrupted fire lanced toward the trio, forcing them to scatter. Gandalf raised his staff, creating a shield of blue-white energy that barely deflected the assault. "The relics!" he shouted to his companions. "We must use them in concert." As Malthus continued his attack, Vexria darted along the chamber's edge, the ember key blazing in her hand. Her draconic heritage manifested fully now, scales gleaming across her skin, eyes transformed to reptilian slits, movements preternaturally quick. Elendil moved with elven grace in the opposite direction, the chalice held before her like a beacon. Gandalf stood his ground, drawing Malthus's attention while his companions moved into position. "You seek to command forces beyond any mortal's right," he called to his former friend. "Look at what the mere proximity of their realm has done to you." Indeed, Malthus's appearance was changing before their eyes, his skin cracking to reveal rivulets of magma beneath, his eyes becoming pools of liquid fire. "I am transcending mortality," he snarled, his voice distorted by the transformation. "I shall become as they are, but with my will intact." "Now!" Gandalf commanded. Vexria thrust the ember key toward the portal while Elendil raised the chalice high. Gandalf lifted the crown of binding, and together the three relics of dawn resonated, key, chalice, and crown, creating a harmonic convergence of power designed to seal away the Pyrean threat. Malthus howled in rage as the portal began to contract, the connection to the fire demon's realm weakening. With desperate fury, he gathered his remaining strength and directed it at Gandalf, a spear of concentrated flame that pierced the wizard's defenses. Pain lanced through Gandalf as the attack struck him squarely in the chest. He staggered but did not fall, grimly maintaining his grip on the crown. "Complete the binding," he gasped to his companions. As the ritual reached its crescendo, Gandalf felt the power being drawn from him, not just his magical energy, but his very essence, the immortal spark that had sustained him through centuries of existence. The crown grew heavier in his hands, pulling at him like an anchor, dragging him into mortal depths. Vexria's voice cut through his fading consciousness. Something's wrong. The portal isn't closing completely. Through dimming vision, Gandalf saw the truth. Malthus had integrated himself too thoroughly with the Pyrrhian energy. While the demons themselves were being dragged back to their prison dimension, Malthus remained as an anchor, preventing the complete closure of the portal. There was only one solution. With the last of his strength, Gandalf lunged forward, crown of binding held before him. As he reached Malthus, he placed the crown upon the Archmagus's transformed head. "Forgive me, old friend," he whispered. The crown flared with blinding light as it recognized its purpose, to bind not just the Pyrrhians, but now Malthus himself. The Archmagus screamed as the crown fused with his transformed flesh, its power forcing him back toward the portal. "Gandalf!" he cried, momentarily lucid, reaching out with a hand now more claw than human. "Don't do this. It is already done," Gandalf replied sadly. "May you find peace in eternity that eluded you in life." With a final surge of power drawn from the deepest wells of Gandalf's being, the crown completed its work. Malthus was pulled through the rapidly closing portal, taking the crown of binding with him into the Pyrrhian realm. As the tear in reality sealed with a thunderous collapse, a shockwave of released energy threw Gandalf backward. Darkness claimed him as he fell. Gandalf awakened to the sensation of sunlight on his face. He lay upon a bed of soft moss, the canopy of the eternal forests visible above him. Elendil sat nearby, her fingers gently tracing patterns of healing light above his chest. "You returned to us," she said softly. "We feared you lost." Gandalf attempted to sit up, immediately noticing the difference. The constant hum of magical energy that had accompanied him throughout his long existence was gone. In its place was silence. Ordinary, mortal silence. "The price is paid, then," he murmured. Elendil nodded solemnly. "Your power is gone, channeled through the relics to seal the breach permanently. The Pyrrhians are imprisoned once more, along with Malthus and Vexria." A small smile touched the Elven Queen's lips. "Changed, as are you." The Ember Key awakened her heritage fully. She has gone to seek others of mixed dragon blood, to warn them, to teach them. She hesitated. "She left something for you." From within her robes, Elendil withdrew a small object, a scale of burnished copper strung on a simple leather cord. "She said you might need a reminder that endings are often beginnings in disguise." Gandalf accepted the gift, feeling its subtle warmth against his palm. He looked up at Elendil, seeing centuries of complex emotion in her ancient eyes. "And what of us, Your Majesty? Has this ending changed anything?" She regarded him thoughtfully. "You are no longer the immortal wizard who walked away from my realm 2 centuries ago. Perhaps..." She paused, something vulnerable flickering across her ageless features. Perhaps we both have an opportunity to discover who we might be to each other now." As the sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting dappled patterns across their faces, Gandalf felt something he had not experienced in centuries, the keen, bittersweet awareness of time's passage, and with it the precious value of each moment. His power was gone, sacrificed to save a world he had sworn to protect. But as Elendril's hand found his, fingers intertwining with gentle certainty, Gandalf the Grey, now simply Gandalf, discovered that not all transformations were losses. Sometimes they were doorways to worlds previously unimagined. Story 6. The ancient tomes in the Grand Library of Erudithia didn't merely burn, they screamed. Ilara Nightshade froze in horror as she watched centuries of knowledge contort in agony. the parchment curling and blackening before erupting into azure flames that consumed everything yet left no ash. This was the 7th library to suffer such a fate in a fortnight, and the pattern was becoming distressingly clear. Magic itself was being systematically erased from the world. "Nay, save what you can," Master Thorn bellowed over the cacophony of crackling flames and collapsing shelves. The aging librarian's eyes reflected the unnatural fire as he clutched a weathered leather satchel to his chest. "Ilara, to me, now!" The young apprentice darted between falling debris, her midnight blue robes billowing behind her like shadows given form. At 20 summers, Ilara possessed the quick reflexes of youth, but the knowing eyes of someone who had spent those years buried in ancient texts rather than basking in sunlight. Her pale fingers, stained with ink and secrets, reached for the volumes she could salvage. Though she knew in her heart it was futile, these flames hungered specifically for magic. When she reached her mentor, he thrust the satchel into her arms with unexpected force. "The Western Passage, take it and go." "But Master, they're not after the books, child." His voice dropped to a whisper as he pressed something heavy into the satchel. "They're after this." Through the opening, Ilara glimpsed a book bound in leather so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Silver runes danced across its spine, rearranging themselves even as she watched, her breath caught in her throat. "'Tis the grimoire of Gandalf," she whispered, the name itself causing the flames around them to momentarily retreat, as if in reverence or fear. "The last copy," Master Thorn confirmed grimly, "and you must ensure it remains so. The Brotherhood believes knowledge such as this is too dangerous to exist. Perhaps they're right." His weathered hand closed over hers. "But it is not our place to decide. The grimoire chooses its guardian. Today, it has chosen you." Before Ilara could protest, the great doors of the library splintered inward. Silhouetted against the night sky stood 5 figures in crimson robes, their faces obscured by bronze masks, fashioned in the likeness of purifying flames. The Brotherhood of the Purging Flame had arrived. "Go!" Master Thorn shoved her toward the hidden passage before turning to face the intruders, his frail form suddenly seeming taller, more imposing. "I will buy you time." The last glimpse Ilara had of her mentor was of him standing defiant, arms outstretched as arcane words of protection flowed from his lips. Then the passage sealed itself behind her, plunging her into darkness broken only by the faint, pulsing glow emanating from the satchel against her hip. 3 days later, Ilara stumbled through the misty foothills of the Whispering Peaks. Sleep had become a luxury she could ill afford, as the Brotherhood seemed to have eyes in every shadow. Twice she had narrowly escaped their agents in the villages she passed through. The grimoire had grown heavier with each passing hour, and sometimes she caught whispers emanating from its pages, promises, warnings, secrets that tickled the edges of her consciousness. It was during a brief rest beside a mountain stream that she sensed rather than heard someone approaching. Drawing the small silver dagger she kept concealed in her sleeve, Ilara prepared to defend her charge. "I wouldn't," came a deep voice from behind her. "Silver is for spirits and lycanthropes. I am neither." She whirled to find herself facing a tall figure clad in dark leathers, reinforced with plates of blackened steel. His face bore the hard lines of someone who had seen too much of the world's darkness, a diagonal scar running from forehead to jaw, only emphasizing the intensity of his gaze. At his hip hung a sword with a pommel shaped like a phoenix. "Titus Ashbringer," he introduced himself with a curt nod. "Witch hunter." Ilara's blood ran cold. The witch hunters were often employed by the Brotherhood, tracking those who practiced forbidden arts. Her grip tightened on the dagger. "And you," he continued, "are carrying something that does not belong in this world." His hand moved to his sword, but instead of drawing it, he knelt before her. "Something I've been searching for my entire life. To destroy it," Elara asked, unable to keep the tremor from her voice. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "To protect it." The primordial forest loomed before them, a vast expanse of ancient trees whose canopies blocked out the sun entirely. Legends spoke of creatures that had dwelled within since before humans walked the realm, of paths that shifted and changed like living things, leading travelers astray until they succumbed to hunger or madness. "The heart of the forest is our destination," Titus explained as they stood at its edge. "There lies the sanctuary of forgotten lore, built by Gandalf himself as a repository for knowledge too powerful or dangerous for common access." "Why should I trust you?" Elara challenged. Though their 4 days of travel together had begun to erode her initial suspicion. "You hunt my kind. I hunt those who abuse power," he corrected. "There's a difference." As they ventured deeper into the forest, Titus revealed his story in pieces. He had been raised by the Brotherhood, trained to hunt practitioners of magic, but a mission to retrieve a certain artifact had led him to uncover the Brotherhood's true agenda, not to protect humanity from dangerous magic, but to monopolize it. The knowledge in Gandalf's grimoire, in particular, could either save the world or unmake it, depending on whose hands held it. "And my father died protecting that book," Titus said quietly, as they made camp on their second night in the forest. "He was Gandalf's apprentice, entrusted with the grimoire's safekeeping after the great wizard's disappearance." Elara's eyes widened. "Then you're the son of a witch," he confirmed with a humorless smile. "Ironic, isn't it? The Brotherhood's most effective hunter, tainted by the very blood they despise." That night, while Titus slept, Elara finally gave in to the temptation that had been growing since she first received the book. She opened the grimoire. The pages were blank at first, but as she watched, ink began to materialize, forming words and diagrams that seemed to shift and change even as she read them. The book was alive in some sense, responding to her thoughts, revealing only what she was ready to comprehend. And what it revealed was staggering. Spells to reshape mountains, to call down stars, to peer into possible futures and select among them. But most disturbing was what lay at the very center of the book, a ritual entitled The Rewriting. The description was cryptic, but Elara understood enough to realize its purpose, to rewrite reality itself, to unmake decisions and remake the world according to the caster's design. "Now you understand," came Titus's voice from beside her, startling her. He hadn't been asleep after all. Why they want it destroyed. Why others would kill to possess it. "This power," Elara breathed, "it's too much for anyone." "Yes," he agreed solemnly, "which is why Gandalf never used it, even when the darkness was at its height. Some prices are too steep, some knowledge too dangerous, even in the right hands." The sanctuary of forgotten lore revealed itself on the 7th day, not as the imposing structure Elara had imagined, but as a humble clearing where the trees grew in a perfect circle, their branches weaving together to form a natural dome. At its center stood a pedestal of white stone, unmarked save for a single rune that matched one on the grimoire's cover. "Place it," Titus instructed. "The sanctuary will do the rest." But as Elara approached the pedestal, a wall of crimson flame erupted before her. From within it stepped a figure she recognized, the leader of the Brotherhood, his bronze mask now discarded to reveal features eerily similar to Titus's own. "Brother," the man greeted coldly. Still playing the protector, I see. Malachi, Titus acknowledged, drawing his sword. The grimoire doesn't belong to us. No, Malachi agreed. It belongs to no one. That's precisely why it must be destroyed. You've read it. You know what it contains. The power to unmake the world. Or to save it, Ilara interjected, finding her courage. Knowledge itself isn't evil. Malachi's eyes narrowed. Spoken like a true apprentice. Tell me, girl, have you tried to use the rewriting yet? Have you felt the temptation to reshape the world to your liking, to bring back those you've lost? Ilara hesitated, for indeed the thought had crossed her mind. With such power, she could restore the libraries, save Master Thorn, perhaps even prevent the Brotherhood's rise. That hesitation, Malachi pressed, is why it must be destroyed. Even the purest heart can be corrupted by such power. Then why haven't you destroyed it already? Titus challenged. You've had opportunities. A shadow passed over Malachi's face. Because I can't. None of us can. The grimoire protects itself against those who would harm it. Only one who truly understands its purpose can decide its fate. All eyes turned to Ilara, who suddenly realized the weight of the decision before her. She looked down at the book in her hands, feeling its gentle pulse like a heartbeat. In that moment, the grimoire opened of its own accord, its pages turning rapidly before settling on a passage she hadn't seen before. The words were written in Gandalf's own hand, not mystically appearing like the others. Knowledge is neither savior nor destroyer, but the tool by which we craft our own destinies. To hide it away is to deny our potential. To use it recklessly is to court disaster. The middle path, wisdom, lies in understanding when to turn the page and when to close the book. With clarity born of that wisdom, Ilara stepped forward and placed the grimoire upon the pedestal. The book opened wide, its pages fluttering as if caught in a breeze, then began to sink into the stone itself, becoming part of the sanctuary. Neither destroyed nor used, she explained to the bewildered men, but preserved and protected, accessible only to those with the wisdom to seek knowledge rather than power. The runes on the pedestal glowed brilliantly, then faded, leaving behind new inscriptions, a map of sorts, showing the locations of other sanctuaries hidden throughout the realm. The libraries, Ilara breathed in understanding. They weren't destroyed. The knowledge was transferred here, protected from those who would abuse it. Malachi stared at the pedestal, then at Ilara, conflicting emotions warring across his features. Finally, he nodded once, not in agreement, perhaps, but in acknowledgement of a worthy adversary. The Brotherhood will not stop seeking, he warned before stepping back into his wall of flame. Neither will we stop protecting, Titus replied, sheathing his sword as his brother vanished. As the flames dissipated, Ilara felt the grimoire's presence in her mind, not gone, but transformed. It had become something greater, not merely a repository of dangerous knowledge, but a guide to wisdom itself. And in that moment, she understood her true role, not simply a guardian of an ancient book, but a keeper of the delicate balance between knowledge and power, between what could be done and what should be. What now? Titus asked, looking at the newly revealed map. Ilara smiled, feeling the weight of destiny settling comfortably on her shoulders. Now we begin the real work. There are libraries to rebuild, knowledge to protect. She traced a finger along one of the pathways on the map. And it seems Gandalf has left us quite the journey ahead. Above them, the intertwined branches of the ancient trees rustled in agreement, as if the forest itself approved of the path they had chosen, neither to fear knowledge nor to worship it, but to respect its power and guard its purpose in a world that would always teeter between light and darkness.